Hello. um, I have a confession to make. Wait, can you hear me? Am I alive? Uh-oh. How do I fix this? What did you do this time? You say that as if I do something all the time, which is simply not true. Good morning. The guy's live. Hi. I'm barely alive. Okay. What do I press to? Okay. Chat, I have a confession to make. First of all, good morning. The VTuber with the most concerned fans. I don't think. Who is that? Okay, first of all, chat. You know how I use my iPad as a tracker. What do if iPad no work? Yes. It was working like 15 minutes ago, and iPad no work now. What do? Okay, is it charged? Okay, the first of all, I can't believe you would even ask me that. It is at 100%. Do you really think I would forget to charge? I'm looking at it. It's at 100. It's on. Okay, hello. Oh Lord, wait, let me be a PNG tuber for like 2 seconds. Or the extended future of this. We'll see how it goes. How do I be a PNG tuber again? Do I just use Fugi? I do. Azura, thank you for the sub. Thank you everyone for being concerned. Let me just... Oh, I forgot which website it is. Is it this one? Log in with Discord. I will be with you in like... Reboot your iPad. See, okay. First of all, I want to reboot iPad, but iPad will not respond to what I press on screen. What do? Can you restart an iPad with just the physical buttons? Is that a silly question? But you understand me, right? Okay, holding the power button as we speak and nothing is happening. I'm dead, aren't I? I am holding the power button forever and nothing is happening. I'm dead. Oh, it locks, but you know. Okay, wait. Hold. 1, 2. No. Chat, have hope. It's gonna be fine. How long am I supposed to hold this button if it does absolutely nothing? Oh, no, man. Oh, brother. I'm gonna... Okay, back. I'm gonna do a big brain something. And do a thing. Wait. Sure. Can I be? She lives. Hi, Farrell. You may be wondering why I'm here, but I'm not here. Can I be a bit? Oh, wait. Sources. Oh. Huh? Show self. Can I show myself? Did it work? Is it gonna die? Hey, Fugi. Can you show myself? Hello, Fugi, hello? I'm gonna have to Okay, copy. Hold. I swear I am a professional streamer. I may or may not do this for a couple of years now. Browser source. I don't know, chat. Okay, you know what? Just bear with me. Okay, whatever. You know, I'm trying my very best. Look, it's me! Oh wait, can I make it bigger? I'm the smartest there ever was. Wait, how big is the screen size? I don't know. 1,000? Is 1,000 big? 1,000 sounds big. Height, 2,000. Haha. Hold. Tada! Oh wait, can I be bigger? Yeah, this is gonna be me for a while. Hello. Can I be less? Pacha, what is that? Pixelated? Blurry? How about 1,500? Stop drooling on. I'm trying to stop drooling. Hold. Okay, now I'm just humongous now. I don't know how to shrink. Wait. Okay. I thought okay, that worked the opposite way. Yeah, I don't know either. You know what? Can I just stay the size? How? I thought I shrunk it. How did it get so big? I don't know how to shrink again. Hello? Professional is a very generous term. Well, I don't know if you know, but we like to be generous around here. Yep. Yeah, okay, you know what? We're just sticking with the size, whatever. Hi, good morning! I usually look smarter than I currently look in this PNG tuber. Thank you. I can't tell if this is better or worse. Oh, I can't even see the...
Starting new iPad iPhone fund.
Thank you. Ah! Oh, wait. Okay, is here low enough? Is this beneath the thing? I don't know. Okay. Hello. They're different between being generous and outright lies. This is closer to reality. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what? I should use a smarter looking PNG tuber image thing. I don't know what to tell you. Good morning. My iPad is still not responding. What do? Can I stop drooling for like 1 second? Thank you. Hi. Don't I have a smarter looking thing? I don't, do I? I really don't. Oh, brother. Apparently, to reboot an iPad, you need to tap volume up, tap volume down, and then press and hold the top button until it shows the solo. Okay. Okay, we're trying that. The what? How old is your iPad? I got it before I debuted. So like probably 6 years. So probably 6 years. I mean, it's a toddler. My iPad is a toddler. What did happen? Tap up, tap down, then press and hold. It works! Okay, wait. Slide to power off. That's all. No, it's... Oh my god, it turned off. It's gonna turn on again, right? Clappies! Oh my god! Why am I mildly entertained by the giant Fugi on my screen? I really am mildly entertained. If I shut up, I look so smart. Look. Wah, 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 wah. Only madly. A bit of the hair. I know. I see it now because I've never seen it this big before. And then I'm gonna have to fix it. So we're gonna ignore the crop part of my hair. Are we clear? Okay? We good with that? Thank you. Wait, let me try turning it on. What if it doesn't want to turn on, chat? Oh my god, it turns on! Holy shit! Because I have nothing better to do, I'm gonna change the title to my iPad is dead. Send help. Done. Wah, 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 wah. Me just now realizing I probably don't have long left to replace my phone. Hi, investments. Does gadgets count as a... Why is there unholy right there? I'm a PNG, I'm not blind. Speaking of which, where are my glasses? Hi, if my eyes were actually this huge in real life in comparison to my face, I may not need glasses, you know. But alas, this doesn't seem like a good ratio of eye to face. So thus, I cannot be. You need bigger glasses. I don't like it here. Oh, wait. What if I... Surely I have a better looking PNG than this, don't I? Surely. Probably. Wah wah. Meh 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 meh. Meh meh meh. Meh meh. Meh 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 meh. Hello? Is anyone out there? Can you hear me? What's this one? What does this one do? Huh. 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 I don't know. Hello from the other side. Why does my Fuki occasionally stop working? Does that mean Discord detects my voice as a noise and then it filters it out? Okay, wait, my iPad is turning on. Hold. Oh my god, the screen is working. Chat. There may be hope. Chat, the screen, I can touch the screen and things do things when I touch it. Holy shit. Okay, wait. Hold. Will it track me is the question. Let me, if it works. If it works... it sounds like a caveman. It's okay, we don't talk about that. Oh. Okay, the screen is black. What do now? Hello? Why are you black? Hello? That doesn't sound as bad as it is if you know, just don't take it out of context. Oh my god, it's working! Okay. Oh my god, it's not black anymore. It may work. Chat, it may work. Oh my god, chat. Wait. Now will it connect to my PC? Yeah, this only took like 20 minutes, chat. I mean, after this is all over, let's pretend that I just started stream and that this never happened. Thank you. It's okay. It's only an issue if we think of it as an issue. I like to call it the prologue. That comes before the main story, right? The prologue! This is the stream prologue right now. Just restart stream. Yeah, you're right. We'll go back to the starting screen. And then everything will be perfect. This is the behind the scenes. Connect. Oh! Oh. Oh. I always feel like I see things and you can't see it. Thus, you only see how I react to the things on my thing. You know what I mean? You understand me, right? Surely, you understand my words. Whoa.
That's
okay,
how
wait.
you know the stream is going to be good. It has a prologue.
Exactly. Oh my holy crap. Okay, hold. Ta-da! I look smarter like this. I like it. Good morning. It works, chick. Did you see that? Professional. I tell you, it's...
Chick! Makasih ya, Beb.
Good morning. Did you just spray me? Wait, no, bring her back. What do you mean? Are you telling me you like the PNG tuber more than me? Why bother, honestly? Good morning. Why am I getting bonked after I managed a technological miracle? I brought it back to life. By turning it off and turning it on again. I am a changed woman now, chat. I, from this moment forward, am a changed dog. From now on, chat. From now on, I'm gonna be a prim, proper, gentle, independent. What other things that are usually described? Basically, I will continue as I am. Look at me. Look at me. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be demure. That's the word. How did you know? I'm gonna be so demure, chat. I'm gonna be so demure. Gentle is a no. Trust me. I have the gentle soul. Yes. Gentle and demure. Let me just Google what demure means for like 2 seconds. Demure. Keep typing typos. Demure meaning hold. It's a second language thing. It's a second language thing. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Demure is an adjective that describes someone or their behavior as shut up. As quiet, modest, reserved, and polite. I'm already demure. I don't know what the... I'm already... Shut up. Shut up. Ban whoever is using the... Even the mod. Hello? Look. Modest. Shy. Coy. Reserved. Bashful. They are totally all me. Unlike a Tuesday, which... I don't know if you know what day it is where I am.
I found that word by Googling at.
Why are you smacking me? Literally none of those words. No, it's all of the words.
Googling Kanna opposite.
You did not Google Kanna opposite. As I was saying, yeah, okay. I don't know where to go because if I say I'm a changed woman and I'm gonna be demure, it will imply that I was not demure. But if I say I was always demure and I'm gonna be a changed person, I'm gonna be the opposite, which according to Google is bold, outgoing, and audacious. Which clearly that doesn't fit me at all. You know. I Googled Kanna and the only result I got was girl failure. You're definitely audacious. No, I'm not. Look at me. Look at how sweet and modest, shy, coy, reserved, bashful, polite I am. And I didn't even read it off the screen, probably. If you were demure, you would not be a streamer. Feral! Oh my god, look, I'm back. Look at my face. I can move again. I had a mini heart attack. Because if I have to replace my iPad, I don't know what to do, honestly. Whatever makes you sleep at night. The truth. Demure people don't have to persuade other people that they are demure. Let me think about that for a moment. So if I don't persuade you and you already think I'm demure, so that means I'm demure. And I think that you think I'm demure. So thus forth, I'm demure, yes? No? Is that not convincing? Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. Time out. Absolutely time out all the liars. That requires us to think you are demure. Time out. A slay queen must say they are slay queen is not truly slay queen. Anyway, bring it. How about okay. You know what? But we can't time out the streamer. Are you? You tried. You know what? No, I get it. You've tried. Shut up. How to become demure. You know what? Google would know. Shut up, Dark. How to become demure. Why did someone... Okay, I typed how to become and the first thing that pops up is how to become the demon lord in Tensura. I'm like... First of all, be absolutely reincarnated. No. Step one was, you know, probably to get stabbed in the middle of the street. To become demure means to be caught in 4K. To embrace modesty, reserve, and thoughtful self-control. I have all of those. I don't know. It is about exuding quiet confidence without needing to be loud or dramatic. You hear that? You hear that, chat? It is achieved through subtle and respectful behavior. I'm already subtle, and I'm so super respectful. A calm demeanor and mindful choices. I mindfully chose to become demure. You know what I mean? Loudest, most dramatic person I know. I think no. I resent that. I refute that. That's how you say it, right? Refute, reject, deny, denounce. Kanna, can I have a half of that copy? Good morning. Someone redeemed hydrate and I should drink. You're about as subtle as popcorn in a silent room. Okay, but like the popcorn is already popped, right? You get me, and I get you too. You understand me. Holy crap. Wait, there's a step-by-step. Chat. Okay, chat. There's a how to be demure. Step 1. Saying sorry when you've done nothing wrong. What does that even mean? Wait, okay, hold. What if I've already checked on all of these, you know? Wait. To be fair, it's an Instagram video. I have to watch it? Oh, man. To be fair, I'm muted. Okay, that's a person wearing a wig. I don't know how that applies to being demure. It has nothing to do. Okay. Chat. We'll write this down. Write this out. First of all, quick guide to cultivating a demure demeanor. Chat. Number 1. Control your emotions. Practice emotional regulation. Before reacting to a frustrating or exciting situation, take a deep breath to avoid impulsive responses. My emotions are all under control, chat. Right? I am holding it together so well. So I think that's a check. Ooh, what if I write this down actually? What's this? Kanna's tummy list. I don't remember what this is. Okay. Hold. Number 1. That's the biggest one. Wait. The biggest number. Control. Look. Ignore that. Control your emotions. This number what? The what list? The tummy list. I don't remember what that is either, chat. The demure list. Wait, I should do... Why is my caps lock not working? The demure list. Why is it in white? Choose a color. What's a demure color, chat? Think is a demure color, surely? Okay? Sure. Oh. I never knew you could add a background to the text. Holy crap, chat. What the hell? All this time I could have... Anyway. Did you know there's a button so you can add... Look! I can add a thing! Holy shit! Look. I feel like the stream title should be The Delusion of the Mirror. Oh, what a coincidence. It is not. That's not the title and there's nothing you can do about it. The demure lit. Holy shit, look. Oh my god, it's opacity. It's been there all along. There, wait. What looks more professional? 90% opacity seems professional. Yeah, okay. We can do with that. My emotions are indeed under control. I don't know how much more control I can exude, chat. There. We got this. Hold. We got this. We absolutely got this. Okay. Street title, shut up. Okay. Properties is the... Okay. Before reacting to a frustrating or exciting situation, take a deep breath. If I take a breath like 2 minutes after reacting, does that still count? Girl, is that ChatGPT? Well, it's Google AI. It counts. It totally counts. Okay, number 2. Where's number 2? She's definitely reading the Google AI overview. Yeah, because I'm that diligent. And that, yeah, it's the first thing that pops up. Whatever. Number 2. Speak. Speak. Wait, why is it in caps lock? Shut up. Speak softly and mindfully. Okay, lower the volume of your voice and avoid speaking over others. Choose words that are polite, thoughtful, and considerate of everyone in the room. Done. Done. Right. Right. This totally works. I'm zooming past all of this, chat. Okay. Okay, I call this how do you type practically done. Wait. Here, just so... Oh, I should... You know what? I should do... Wow, that's huge. Is that big? Yeah, that's big. Me trying to decide, should I move this approximately a few pixels to the right? Yes. Okay, hold. Properties. C. Okay. Practically done. Okay. Number 3. Maintain elegant body language. But if you can't see my body language, does that even... So it's done. Done. Beautiful. Stand up straight. Use restraint and graceful gestures. Maintain steady, polite eye contact. The steadiest of all eye contacts. You see that? Elegance. Did you see my absolutely steady eye contact? Why do I feel like this is less elegant than what I'm doing? When does it change from the beard? Deep breath before reacting. There you go. You look like an angry librarian. Okay, hold. It's okay. We did like 3 already. That's like 60%. Okay, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Dress understatedly. Okay. Dress understatedly. Favor classic, timeless outfits over flashy, provocative displays. Keep accessories and makeup intentional and clean. Holes in your shirt. Yeah, exactly. Understated. Understated. Hey, if there are no holes, you can't put your head through. Or your arms. Right. Wait, hold. I can totally wait. Wait for it. Is this the button? Yeah, I'm understated. Look, I'm so understated right now. You don't even know, bro. Look. Tada! How much more understated can you get? I've been wearing this the whole time. Do you understand me? I've been wearing this the whole time. Ah. Do you feel that? Demure. But that's not timeless. It is absolutely timeless. I have the same hoodie that I bought probably in high school. So it's timeless. We don't have to count how many holes are in it. But she dresses understatedly. You might mistake her as a hobo. Deep breath and controlled emotion. See, I'm doing so well, chat. We're gonna breeze through this. I'm gonna, the demure stream. There. Just because you know what I realized? There's a window in OBS where you can just change the title. And I didn't totally just found that out, and now I'm just changing it willy-nilly. But anyway, dress understatedly, done. Professional streamer. Indeed. Okay. The last one, chat. Practice etiquette is, I think, how you read it. Why do you have to spell it so weird? Okay, yeah. You see this? This last one I'm gonna absolutely ace. Wait. I'll even do it in caps. Practice etiquette. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Be aware of your surroundings. I am aware. Whether you are eating, working, or walking, move with grace.
Makasih ya, Beb.
Great. And where was I? Move with grace. And avoid being messy or drawing unnecessary attention. I did that already. Yeah, no, I'm done. I did that. Yeah, perfect. It counts because there's no one else here, so thus I cannot get attention. You know what I mean? I am the only person in this room. Whatever I do, I will not draw attention. So I'm done. Look. Results. I need to move that down. Kanna is the mirror. 100%. Yay. Ta-da! Streaming is drawing attention. That's not in the manual. that Google AI did not say so. Here, I'll even Google it. Is streaming drawing attention? Why do I keep typoing? Okay, I don't trust the Google AI anyway. So we're gonna ignore whatever they say is the result, even though, you know, I Googled it. But anyway, the point is, I'm the mirror. Etiquette. A customary code of polite behavior. I'm totally polite. In society of members of a particular profession or group. It does sound like me. You're so right. Now can we make a professional streamer list? Did you highlight that? Streaming is inherently a public act of self-presentation. Whether you're broadcasting art, gaming, or just chatting, you are placing yourself in a visible position. However, did you where did you get this? It only draws direct attention to yourself as an individual if you choose to make your personality, face, and voice as the focus of the content. Aha, but what if? What if okay, we don't talk about it. Oh, look, I disappeared. Ta-da! If I'm not on the screen, technically, I you know. Okay, now she's looking pretty. Okay, shut up. I know. I should have said abracadabra before I left. Did you actually use Gemini? You dodo head. You should have gone the extra thing and used Modse. Wait, is Dark in Modse? I forgot who is in Modse other than Pharaoh spamming the Indonesian thingamaboobies. I don't even know if Modse still works on my thing. I think it's just Pharaoh. Hey Pharaoh. We have Modse? I think there's Modse. I have a source on OBS that says, I don't know, Pharaoh asked for this browser source. Browser source. That's the name of the browser source. Surely, I don't know what it does. I genuinely don't know what it does. It just looks like a happy face. I don't remember. And I don't think it works anymore. Okay, yeah, we don't. See?
What am I doing with Indonesian boobies?
Oh, I should have taken a deep breath before laughing. But you know, it counts. Wait, did it have reverb on? It totally had reverb on. Why does it have the most demure laugh? I don't know how to laugh demurely. I'm gonna Google that. How do you laugh in the mirror? Oh, look. Yeah. Laughing in a demure way means being reserved, intentional, and polite. To do it, lower your volume, keep your mouth partially closed. How the or cover it with a hand and aim. Did you hear that, chat? Aim. Aim for a breathy, quiet giggle rather than a boisterous outburst. It is all about appearing modest even when things are incredibly funny. To cover with the hand, dude. It's what Google AI said. I mean, look up anime girl laugh. Okay, hold. Okay, anime girl laugh. We got this shit. Boop 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 boop. Okay, anime girl laugh. Okay. Just so you know, what appears on YouTube is Teto running over Miku. What the heck? Maybe I'll try YouTube instead of YouTube music. Thoughts. Okay. YouTube.com. Why doesn't it have autocomplete? Okay, hold. What is it called again? Anime girl laugh. Oh, hold. Okay. School girls laughing. You know what? Like, that's not that far from where I'm at right now. What you said? You said search for anime girls laughing. What the heck? There are so many. Okay, we'll choose one where it's just a single person. Oh, hold. There's the 8 types of anime laugh, chat. The 8 types of anime laugh. We got this. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna listen to it and find out. What the heck are the type of anime laughs? Beep boop, boop boop. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? Okay, you know what? This was your idea. This was your idea. I'm just here. I am just here to exist in the parameters from which you tell me to exist. You get me? You get me? Okay, here. The 8 types of anime. Surely it must be here. Hold. Bro, that's loud. Where's the laughing? Where? This is 13 minutes. Okay, hold. Oh, look. This is an old video with an intro. At which point... What am I watching? Why are they all just staring at one guy laughing? What the hell? That's a man. Tell me which one I'm supposed to do again. Did it she? What the heck is that? Robin. Whoa. Okay, hold. That's a laugh? Okay, doesn't caca just mean poop? Maybe using anime as a reference was a mistake. You think? Why? You know, I never realized how bizarre the laughs are until you just compile them like side by side, and now I'm like, what? Oh, wait, that was the cute laugh? Sorry. Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm with Sakura there. He just sounds like he lost it. Holy crap. Holy crap. DM. Oh, you found a sound effect. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? I don't know either. I don't know, man. I love how an evil laugh just summons reverb out of nowhere. You're right. Okay. For reference, I've been given a link that will surely be a better representation of whatever that was. Okay, hold. Goodbye, Blackbeard. Hold. Huh. Ta-da! Eh. That sounds less reasonable than the anime ones. Have I ever met a person who actually laughed like that, honestly, in my life? Oh, my eye is twitching. Sorry, you can see that. I don't think I can do that. I don't think... Does anyone actually... You better not never do that. Why is it so breathy? How do you do it again? I can't do that. What is it again? Is that how I'm supposed to laugh? Don't smack me. Don't fall to the dark side. What do you mean? Did I do it? Please stop. Wait. Did it work? Mean. Maybe I should have just done the caca one before I unmod myself. No, Pharaoh. We'll go back to the evil. Well, there. Does this make it better? You cannot ban the broadcaster. I can't wait. Does that mean the caca laugh it counts as the moe or cute laugh? I just sound like a lunatic. I really should stop just doing whatever is on my... This light is pretty unhinged. Okay, but now I actually want to know what the other types are. What comes after evil? Oh, we got it. Chat. This is it. This is it. Demure. Sorry. That's the mirror, right? What's that on her face? I have a question. Why is there... Oh, I got it. How much air do you need to laugh like that? I'm done. All I did was laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Be a trained voice actor and you too can do it. Someone train me to be a... Nah, I don't think I'm cut out for that. I don't think I'm cut out for that. There's so many boobs and panties. It's a video from 5 years ago. The other one was from 10 years ago. I don't know what you mean. Okay, wait. Hold. Where... Baby. Where's my button? Yaha. There you go. Wait, what's a demure? Maybe I have a more demure background music. What is a... This is probably demure, right? Yes? Yes? I'm a genius. Wait, moo. Me moo. Me moo 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 moo. Every series was from over a decade ago. And how do you know that, good sir? How do you know that? Or were they all on your watch list? Is that what you watch, Dark? It's okay. We listen and we don't judge. We're getting old. I don't know whose part of the we you're talking about. I was a teenager once. It's okay. It's okay. I just want you to remember that I forgot. When is Gen Alpha again? Did you know that some netizens think I'm Gen Alpha? Because I'm so young and hip. I don't know why you're laughing. Like, I swear, there were like 3 people who commented on my YouTube video. They were like, oh my god, I bet Kanna's like Gen Alpha. Mentally, maybe. Physically, millennial. There's Gen Alpha in high school now. No, there's not. Wait. Wait, let me check. 2000 what? 2010? They would be 16. Oh my god, Gen Alpha! I mean, take a deep breath. Oh my god, Gen Alpha is in high school now? Wow, who talks like that, honestly? Me from this moment on. Wait, did Pharaoh actually quit? And Pharaoh, do you still love me? I just need to periodically check on my father that he hasn't abandoned me yet. Please don't leave me. Thank you. Jimmy Carr laugh. Do I want to? Can I have just like one stream where I don't get disowned, you think, chat? I've been so good though. Oh my god, chat! I have life updates. I have a life update. I called a professional. You had that one stream where Pharaoh was busy through the whole thing. You mean he was too busy to disown me? I called a professional cleaning service. I will, you know, anyway. Last week, okay, chat, hold. Last week, for 3 days straight, I kept having nosebleeds. And I didn't think that was normal, probably. I don't know if is a flu better than the nosebleeds? I don't know. I had nosebleeds for like 3 days straight. At first, I was waking up every morning and like there would be blood, right? But it would be dried blood. You know what I mean? That's been happening for like 1 to 2 weeks. It's been happening for 1 to 2 weeks. And then last week, it just evolved into an active nosebleed for like... I wasn't bleeding from my nose continuously for 3 days. It's 3 separate days, but I just kept waking up with a nosebleed, right? Anyway, I don't know what's going on. So then I thought maybe I'm just breathing in a lot of crap. And then I called a professional cleaning service because I thought it would help. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, chat. I thought it was blockage or something. I don't know. Should I have gone to the doctor? It's debatable. But I called a cleaning service. And they hydro something my sofa, I think. And they took a picture of the results. Do you wanna see? But I'm not the problem. My sofa is. Hold. I think I have the picture somewhere. Probably. I'll send it to Farrell so that I can save it from Discord, right? That's how I send files. I mean and it's fine. Okay. Wait, I have the before picture and the after picture. Ish. Farrell replied. He said, "Oh my God, what is that?" Wait, Farrell, I don't worry about it. Hold. Wait. Hold. Okay. I will explain. I will explain in due time. Let me just save the image first. Save. Were you asleep, Farrell? I'm so sorry. I just used your chat as a file transfer thing. Okay. So, they did a thing where it's like a vacuum, but it has water in it, right? Right? So this is the water inside the reservoir. The chamber of water. Right? Yeah, yeah, whatever that is. A wet vac, sure. And then they vacuum my sofa. And this is the after. I have no idea what the hell is in there. But genuinely, I don't know what happened. Doesn't it look like milkshake? Like the foam on top of a milkshake? Right? You get me? You understand me? Right? It looks like yeast. Don't zoom on it. But like, don't you need to see the details? Ta-da! Ta-da! Why are you smacking me? Please tell me your couch is white. It is white! My couch is white / cream colored. Right? So that was the first pass. They had to do it several times. Right? And Wait, you should see like the depth. That's like the top, right? You should see the side view, man. Save. Screenshot. Wait, let me crop the screenshot. Save. 2 photos. Sure. Okay. You will see the depth. I just realized I didn't really look at the depth, the side view until this moment. Okay. That's the view from the top. And this is the view from the side. It has layers like a layer cake. You know what I mean? I think the bottom part is like murky water, and then there's a layer of things beneath the foam, and then there's a thing. Sediment is probably the word. You know? I asked the cleaners, is the sofa okay? They deadass stared at me. They're like, girl. I'm like, girl. I presume that's a lot of dust, right? Nothing in that house is okay, but I'm alive. But for like a first pass though, right? I don't have a wet vacuum. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. But yeah, it took them, wait, let me count how many tries. They vacuumed like, wait, that was the first pass. That's the second pass. That's the third pass. I think they did it a total of 4 times. I think they vacuumed it like a total of 4 times, chat. But the good news is, presumably, my sofa is now clean. And this morning, so far, I haven't woken up with more blood vessels rupturing in my nose. You know, then I call that progress, chat. I call that progress. Me, moo, moo. I wanted them to what was it called? Wet vac? Ironco, thank you for the sub. With a gorgeous singing voice. House. Did you not see? My house is so clean right now. Tada! Super clean. Me, moo, moo. I'm proud of myself for letting people who know how to clean actually clean. I can somewhat breathe again now, you know? You know? Anyway, I wanted to, what was it called? Wet vac? I wanted to wet vac my mattress too, but I checked the manufacturer thingamaboop. Anyway, they said that my mattress can't be wet vac. I don't know what's up with the material, but they said that if you wet vac it, it might just trap all the moisture, and then it'll mold, and probably you just can't. So then I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll just I'll dry vac it. Probably I should. Right. I knew I was forgetting, so I should get a vacuum so I can vacuum my mattress. That's what I was forgetting. I gave away my vacuum previously to my friend who needed it, and now I am the person who needs it. Remember to write it down. They also cleaned my PC room. It's crazy. I can touch the floor and it doesn't feel like I'm stepping on something weird. You know what I mean? Okay, wait. And things are somewhat organized-ish on the floor. Remember, I have no shelves. They had like limited things to work with, chat. Wow. No more earphone shavings. Let me check. Oh my god, you're right. Okay, some of the earphone flakes have somewhat fused to the floor though. I'll figure out how to get that off in a bit. That's fine. There's nothing I can do about that probably. Maybe because I've been stepping on it with the chair. But other than that, it's pretty clean-ish. They organized-ish. I can see things anymore. You know what I mean? I couldn't see the floor before, but now I can see the floor. And they even put things that fell over, like upright. And I can't believe it. I found my whatchamacallit. My YouTube play button. It turns out it was buried in here somewhere. I've never unboxed it ever. It's still in the packaging it came in. Me moo moo. What else did I find? They even folded my elephant pants. Yeah, I couldn't see the floor. It was... Okay, how do I explain this? During my... couple of months ago when it was my birthday, the girlies like came over and just put up a lot of balloons at my place. And I didn't wanna bother the neighbors by popping the balloons, so I just yeeted all the balloons to my PC room, and they've been here since then, right? I was just waiting for them to deflate. So the floor was covered in the things that I can't put up on shelves because I don't have shelves. And the rest of the floor was just balloons. I think they cleaned up all the balloons because there's no more balloons here. And the air doesn't smell like rubber anymore. Yippee! I can breathe again! Ish. Even if you have a shelf, no way you can reach it. I can get a ladder. FYI, I already have a ladder because I already can't reach for things in my kitchen. Oh, wait. Time to consult my previous page. What was I supposed to note down again? A dark. What was I supposed to write down? I forgot. Someone? Anyone? I got my notebook, but I don't know what I was supposed to write. Clean your bed. Oh, right. Okay, one. Get vacuum. Is there another way to clean your mattress other than a vacuum? Oh, the smacky thing. What is it called again? Does it work if I just use the bundle of sticks? Chat? The bed swatter? The bed smacker? NFS, what is it called again? Someone? Anyone? The thing that you use to smack your bed and let the dust fly up. You know what I mean? Panaba! I've never heard that word in my life. But like, to be fair... Wait. They sell panaba on Shopee, right? Hold. What does the mirror mean again? If you Google the mirror, you'll see that I am the definition of the mirror. Do not use sapulidi for your... What's the difference? Isn't it the same? Hold. Shopee. Panaba. I've never heard of panaba as a word in my life. Panaba. Ah, dulu panaba kasur. Hold. There is... Okay. To be fair, I googled panaba kasur, and what popped up was sapulidi kasur. So isn't it the same? It looks absolutely the same. They're both a bunch of sticks. Sapulidi will break apart. They will. Hiya. Okay. Is this or a Okay, question. Is the bundle of sticks more or less effective than the vacuum? Probably less effective, no? Get vacuum. Number 2. Clean bed. Just use sturdy stick like rotan or something to smack your mattress. I can just use any random stick? Can I use whatever stick I find at home? I don't have any sticks. It's better to beat the bed and then vacuum it. Huh. Huh. Okay, get vacuum. Smack. Dust. Clean bed. See, chat? I am writing demurely. I am taking down notes demurely. Taking notes seem demurely. Yes? No? Yes? It's not the stick but the whacking the Okay, question. If I just jump on the mattress, would that work? Because that's lower budget. It would not require me to get the smacky thing. Is it not the same if what if I just jump on it? You know what I mean? You'll most likely sneeze. But like, does it work? Yes, but the dust will just land back on the mattress. But when you smack it with a stick, does it not just also land back on the mattress? Giving the mattress a bit of slapping or beating pushes dust out and loose, then vacuum. Oh, so I still need the vacuum. You can bitch slap your mattress and it'll work. Right, let me just practice. Who put the dumb thing on my forehead? Since when was this here? Me. I'll have you know I'm a genius. How? I don't. Who put that redeem anyway? I did, cause I'm dumb. Yimmy. I have hydrated. I even made the sticky note especially for you. You're so right. You're so right. I get head pats. I can breathe again now. Beep beep boop boop. Beep beep. Beep. Anything else good? How are your glasses? Did you write down clean bed? Wait, where was the page? Yes, that's number 2. What else? Other than the nosebleeds. Other than the nosebleeds. And the house cleaning. It just so you know, there were so many people, right? There was like I thought one person would come to clean. There were a lot of people. There's like one person for the toilet and 2 people for everything else, and then there's another extra person who's just wet vacuuming the sofa. I didn't expect it to be a production. My place isn't that big, FYI, so it feels like a lot. It felt like a lot of people in a tiny space. They were very extra. Maybe because they know how dirty your house is. They saw your house and decided to call for backup. Nola. And then you know what I realized? I still had the ginormous pipe wrench out on the floor, out in the back. Because I forgot it. I forgot I unboxed it to take pictures and it was still right there. And I can't even explain it. Do you think if I sell it somewhere like on like Facebook or something, someone will buy it? Use it to smack the mattress. That's so smart. Wait. I could totally do that. Right? If I can lift it. Oh, okay. If I don't lift it, but I just let it fall like sploosh to the bed, you know what I mean? Because I don't think I can swing it around with force. But like if it just falls and then like, you know what I mean? The wrench was pretty heavy. I forgot. I didn't weigh it. Did we weigh it last time, chat? I forgot. What if the bed breaks? Like, what was it? A year ago? A year ago? I had to replace my bed. That's what it's called. Bed frame? I had to replace the bed frame. Because... because I'm pretty sure... First of all, it was creaking really bad. And then when we checked and I lifted the mattress... I'm pretty sure there was something black on the wood. Like a black powdery substance that I refuse to acknowledge whatever that was. But anyway, so I had to get it replaced, you know? So I don't die. But to be fair... It's not my fault. The wood was pretty bad. Right? I'm trying to remember. Okay, when I first got the bed frame, is that what it's called? When I first got the bed frame, one of the pieces was already black. Like blackened in some spots. So I asked them to replace those, but I guess after time went by, all of them just went black. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I replaced it and I'm alive. Yay! I told them to take it with them when they left. And I even built it. You know what I mean? It came in pieces and I had to build it. Looking back, it was pretty. It was like a cheap bed frame. You know, at first I was like, oh my god, so many people bought this and it's like so cheap too. Thank you, Zane, for the gifted subby. It was like, wait. Let me Google what the price was for the bed frame. IDR 2 USD. Tata, thank you for the subby. It was $100. Is that cheap or no? I don't know. It seemed pretty cheap. It was like $100 for the bed frame. It was like new and it was supposedly made of like solid wood or something. I don't know. I just bought it off Shopee. It had a lot of reviews, you know what I mean? There were like thousands of purchases or something, so I thought it would be fine. But it turns out it's not fine. There was black powdery substances all over the bed frame. That's mid. It's not too cheap or expensive. I think it was like $100, including shipping. Yeah. Right? But you know, I guess it's not okay if it comes with... That's mold, isn't it? That's mold, isn't it? I don't know. I'm just gonna call it dirt. It was dirt. It was probably dirty. It was just dirty, chat. It totally didn't look like spores were like flying everywhere. How big is your mattress? I don't know. Is it a queen size? It's like not the very single one. I assume single is 100 centimeters. It's bigger than 100 centimeters. 100 centimeters is single, right? I don't know what the sizing are. Not you know what I mean? It's not the very super ultra single. The tiniest one is like 100 centimeters, no? Hold, I'm googling. Single mattress size. 74. No, that's toddler. It's more than 100 centimeters. That's all I know. Twin. Oh, look, there's actually something called super single. I'm not wrong. The singlest of singles. Okay, according to this website, there's twin single, twin XL, full/double, queen, king, and California king. What the heck is a California king? Olympic queen, Alaskan king. Why do they sound like salmons? Alaskan king salmon is a thing, right? What the heck is that? I didn't know there were so many bed sizes. What the heck? Super single. So there's actually super single. Wait, here. There's a description. Super single, also known as a double bed. But why would a super single be called a double bed? Why does it seem like false advertising? There's a chart and everything. Okay, sleeping habits. If you are a solo sleeper who tends to stay in one spot, I actually genuinely don't know, chat. Chat, do you know your sleeping habits? Cause like, how would you know if you're asleep? You know what I mean? Hi, Kanna. Hi, welcome to the stream. I've been here for approximately 1 hour, I assume. I pass out. My habit is I close my eyes. Yeah, cause like, you know how people are like, oh my god, I sleep, I talk in my sleep and stuff like that. How would you know though? Cause like you would be asleep. How would you know what you do when you sleep? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, unless it's the aftermath. Oh, I know one of my sleeping habits. Someone tells you or you record yourself. That sounds like a lot of effort to record yourself. If I am hero, I know I am asleep. What? I have one habit that I think I know. My sleeping habits, I'm a side sleeper and sometimes I snore a little. Doesn't everyone snore a little when they're super uber tired? I've woken up myself like twice by talking. Oh, like mid-sentence. There's one that I occasionally find happening. Is that sometimes when I wake up, I find that my pants are gone and I don't know why. My current working theory is I think that I just yeet them off in my sleep. I you know, like some people sleep talk and shit. I apparently just yeet off my pants because I just can't sleep with pants on. Right? That's a thing. I had a nightmare where I'd believe that. I had a nightmare where I was fighting someone and you woke up swinging. The unconscious urge to be free. No, cause like the problem. No, I can't sleep without a blanket. I think the sequence of events, right? The sequence of events is like I can't sleep without a blanket. So even if it's really hot or humid, I would still need a blanket. But then if I wear pants, maybe in my sleep, it gets like super uncomfortable. So then I just eat it off. But I keep the blanket. See? So like I would wake up and my pants would be somewhere like hidden underneath the blanket somewhere. But I would still use the blanket. Because I can't sleep without a blanket covering me. And it's difficult when it's like really hot here. That's why I use a sheet for a blanket during the summer. Like a sheet? Like bed sheets? Or you mean like a really thin blanket? Sometimes I wake myself up because I end up flinching from tripping and falling over. That happens! You sleep with a blanket in the Indo heat? Yeah, I use bed covers. Is that crazy? The fluffy ones? I use the fluffy bed covers, chat. A duvet? What's a duvet? Duvet? Duvet. What's the difference between a duvet and a bed cover? Search. Yeah, it looks like that. But obviously not made of goose feather and down. Apparently. Because wouldn't that be crazy? Yeah, like that. But probably has cotton inside it or something. The fluffy things, what are they called? This girl is psychotic. What do you mean? The fluffy ones. You know? I guess it's a duvet if that's what they're called. Yeah. According to Google, duvets are supposed to be made of what? Goose feather and down? I don't do that. I don't think I can afford that. Mine is probably filled with... What's the thing inside of pillows, chat? Hold? Like what are the fluffy things? In the stuffing? No. What's the thing inside of... Is it cotton? Is... It doesn't... Okay, question. Are usually... pillow fillings, stuffings, are they usually cotton or is it like fake cotton from plastic or something? I just have this thing in my head where everything I own is probably plastic. Yes? No? Is it fake cotton? Yeah, see, fake cotton. You understand me. Dakron. I think that's what it's called. Dakron. What is dakron? Polyester. Yeah. That the fluff looks the same. It's probably a bed cover duvet thing with polyester fake cotton thing. We're in Indo. No way we got good cotton. You understand me. Yeah. So I use those. I use the thick ones because I'm a dumbass and I just can't sleep without giant blankets. So then I get really hot in my sleep until I guess I desire freedom. Wait, are you telling me you don't sleep with a bed cover thing? You just all use sheets? But it's so floofy. And it hugs you when you sleep. If you're hot and humid, and just deal with it. I sleep on top of mine? Huh. I don't even use a sheets or a blanket to sleep. I genuinely don't know how you can do that. I feel like... Okay, I can't sleep if I'm not hugging a pillow and if I don't have a blanket on. I just feel so naked without a blanket, chat. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like I am exposed to the elements and I don't know how I could like restfully rest. What? Would you like a plushie? All my plushies have now been taken over by my dog Mew. Now she takes all of my plushies and treats it like a chew toy. I just need 2 or 1 pillows, one for my head and one to hug sometimes. When I was younger, when I was in like elementary school, I had like a whole ritual every night before I sleep. I used to use like 5 pillows. I would like I had like a whole thing. I had a whole layout planned on my tiny ass single child bed. Right? I like not with the candles and prayer. There's like a specific position I map out my pillows, okay? One in the middle for your head, right? And then one vertically on the left and the right. So like 3 pillows. And then... oh. Maybe 6. And then I put 2 body pillows on the side like guardrails. And then 1 body pillow to hug. You know what I mean? I basically just build a pillow, you're right. Basically, you made a baby crib. Shut up. That's not what a baby crib is. Shut up. That's not a baby crib. I was a child. And then I would arrange my plushies in order to accompany me while I sleep. Right? Because they all have their own place. Like, they have their own spot on whichever pillow. You know what I mean? Like, this one goes on that pillow. I go to the bathroom and come back to the talking about God. I don't have a baby crib. I don't have a problem. I don't do that anymore. Yeah, I cut down. I cut down on the number of pillows. Sometimes I still put the body pillow behind my back because I'm afraid. I don't know what it... okay, chat. I have this thing where I'm just afraid if my back isn't touching something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If there's nothing on... like, if you lay on your side, your back is exposed, you know? You know? Because there's nothing there. There's nothing like securing your back. Because when I was younger and I couldn't sleep, I would climb on my grandpa's bed, and then I would like, you know, like, okay, so say my grandpa's facing that way. I would sleep facing this way, right? And then I'd like shimmy until my back is touching my grandpa's back. You understand me? Because I just can't have my back touching nothing. I don't have a problem. Anyway, I'm a side sleeper. Back to wall. Yeah, you get me. I don't know what it is. Tactical awareness. I would like to say that I have tactical awareness even as a child in my sleep. I would call that instincts, you know? Got a baby crib with a little spinning dangling thing. It's not a baby crib. It's a tactically aware sleeping arrangement. You hear that? Tactically aware sleeping arrangement. TASA for short. You get me. I was a wise child beyond my... It's not a tactical baby crib. I was a wise child beyond my years. You know? My bed faces my front door in case someone comes in. Oh! As in like, if you lay down on your bed and you sit up, you immediately face the front door. I used to do the opposite-ish. I would like put a barrier between the bed and the door so that if someone comes in, right, I can like peek from behind whatever the separator is so they can't see me sleeping immediately. You get what I mean? They'll come in and they'll see like not bed, and then I'll peek from the bed and I'll be like, yeah, ha! You know what I mean? You get me. You understand me, surely. By now, chat, surely you understand my ways of words. I trust that you, smart people on the internet, will understand me. When I used to stay at a, I guess what would it be called? A dorm? A dorm in university, and I rearranged the room, right? So that when you open the door, you see the closet, and then behind the closet is the bed. So then I am incognito and you cannot see me sleeping. Yaha. Smart. My door swings open by itself. Holy crap. Okay, does that happen in the... Okay, if that happens in the middle of the night though, that's so scary. Cause like what if like you're sleeping, it's like 3 a.m. and the door goes like BAM! You know? It is scary. Oh. Oh. Question. If you lock your door, it would not swing open, no? Question, chat. Are you the type to lock your bedroom door when you sleep? Or no? Is that a safety thing I should be doing? My door doesn't have a lock. I thought all doors had a lock. I'm always locking it. I just sleep on the sofa. I only lock it to keep... Yeah, that's fair. And she still barges in. Okay, when I was still living like with my family, I would lock the door for you, cause for me it was my grandma, right? So my grandma used to like barge in. I lock the door, but guess who has the master key to open the lock in every room? My grandma. So if I lock it, she just opens the lock anyway. So you know what? I still lock the door, but it's just to buy me time, right? So instead of her just opening the door, I have like, say what, 2 minutes while she finds the key to open my door. That 2 minutes gives me a bit of sanity to be like, incoming visitor who clearly doesn't understand, right? Why I lock the door if she's gonna open it anyway. You know what I mean? Why you need to buy time? Because my grandma would open the door. She goes like, smack, open, right? She would like open it and then start talking really loudly, and my brain does not like, you know, when you just wake up, right? And your brain hasn't booted yet. I would be like, what? You know? But the sound of the jingling keys, and like, okay, my grandma's trying to come in. She's gonna ask for something, and I need to be aware enough to answer whatever it is she wants me to answer. Cause like she barges in and she expects me to be fully awake by then. God, that's not like a morning person. I wasn't. I genuinely wasn't back then. I think, you know, what is it called when you feel like you... That thing when they say that when you spend the whole day doing things that you don't really want to, then at night you're kind of like binging because it's the only free time you get. I feel like that's what happened to me. So then I just stay up and then I can't wake up in the morning. My parents' house used to be a mini store or living area, so it has no door. Ah! I get what you mean. Do people just pass through though? Grumpy when woken up type thing. Maybe. What I hate is like if she barges in and the lights were out, right? And then she just turns all the lights on and I'm just like being blinded as I wake up. You know what I mean? I go like, you know, my eyes. Ah! Yeah, flashbang, exactly. Ugh, and it sucks so much. Sudden interrogation, flashbang. And then she'll ask me something completely like irrelevant. She'll be like, have you eaten yet? I'm like, I clearly just woke up. I don't know what you're on about, Grandma. I haven't eaten. I'm asleep. I'm still in bed. Hi. And then she's like, oh, okay. And then she leaves. Well, first of all, doesn't even get me the food that she asked about. But now I'm awake when I could have been asleep. Oh, man. Oh, man. I feel like if you get woken up, like, all of a sudden, my brain doesn't boot up as well. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I affect your privacy by knocking, but assert my authority as your grandmother by coming in anyway. Exactly, but she doesn't knock. Her knocking is basically trying the door handle, and if it's locked, then she opens it. I don't think she understands the term knocking, honestly. I'm surprised it boots up at all. You know what? Actually, me too. Actually, me too. Aren't I a miracle? Okay, checking. I have a confession to make. The fact that you're here is a miracle, yes. Oh my god, Dark. Are you saying that I'm a miracle? Okay, first of all, I have a confession to make. I wanted to stream Pal World, but then I realized, I don't know why, but the download was at 1%. And so anyway, we're here today. Miracle, you haven't given me brain damage yet. First of all, I began downloading it the last time I ended stream. I don't know why it's at 1%. I genuinely don't know. We could do karaoke while you wait for the download. Bold of you to assume my internet can handle streaming and downloading this giant ass thing at the same time.
Look at DMs.
Oh my god! I want to play Bad World. I've stopped bleeding from my nose. I can play now. I want to play. Why does Ferris have an echo? I would love to answer with an answer, but I don't know. It was my idea, really? I did that? I did that? Man. God has told you to check DMs. No, not. I love the password so much. That's my mental state the whole time. Cause Farrah's gonna sing for us one of these days. Now I remember the Pharaoh Nyanya thing again. Oh, I haven't heard that in a while. Holy crap! My god, Pharaoh, I miss Pharaoh singing. Okay, if I try continuing the download right now, no, my thing is gonna die. Okay, I will play Pal World on next stream because I don't know why it didn't download. It was at 1%. I don't know why though. I left it to download and it was working fine. Did my PC also have a nosebleed? I don't know. Me. Oh, yummy. Beep. Boop. Okay. Hasn't it only been 1 hour? Wow. Okay, to be fair, the first 20 minutes was just the PNG tuber. Wait, am I still in like a random Discord call? To make the Fugi working? I am. I've been talking to myself in this Discord channel. Mostly because I don't know how else people do PNG tubers. I just went in a random voice channel and hope for the best and no one comes in. You know what I mean? But if it works... What if it works? Aren't I a genius? I'm a genius. I'm lucky no one came in, honestly. if there's a test that you can take that says if you're a genius or not. Oh, there was a test that I wanted to do, but I forgot. What test was it? An IQ test? You're right. You're right, an IQ test. You're so smart. You're so absolutely smart. They're probably online IQ tests nowadays, right? How trustworthy are they on a scale of 1 to 10, you think? What if I get 200? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Aren't the answers biased though? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Oh wait, there's a Steam game for it? What? Oh. Okay. Based on the popular TV franchise. It's a couch co-op quiz. True or false? I'm watching the trailer. Okay, are the questions biased? Cause like, yeah, exactly. Cause what if they whip out history and I'm like, I don't know jack shit. I wish there was like a generic, global, general. History is a subject. To be fair, I would fail at any history. Ugh, I suck at history. I generally cannot remember anything. I hated taking history in school. Because I can't remember. I don't remember anything. Man. I've seen some people play. They should make... Why are their reviews so bad though? I mean, it's not bad, but like 62%. Okay, but like what if I play and then I fail at like 1st grade things? I wish there was something like the Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? But not exactly Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You understand? Okay, how about like a trivia quiz? Yeah, huh? Okay, you know, I'm just gonna Google trivia.com. Because I'm sure, probably... No, trivia.com is for sale. I was so sure someone would have taken that. Oh, how about like random trivia generator? Yeah, huh? Okay. I still don't know jack shit. Chat? I don't know the answers to this question. I don't think you guys would know the answers to this question. What the hell? Okay. Okay, even if I show you guys, I don't think you guys would know either. Honestly, I don't know what any of these words mean. Try us, okay? Okay. They're US thingy-majiggies. I wouldn't... Okay. Which 4... I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay. Which 4 US states... Wait, if I put my glasses on, I'll look smarter doing it. I wish I had like... Oh, there must be. Wait, hold. YouTube. You know the game show background music? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hold. Game show background music, right? Sure? Yes? No copyright. I'm so smart, guys. You know, I feel like I have moments. I may not be smart all the time, but I have moments. Will this get me copyrighted? I don't know. What is this theme song? Oh, how about this one? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that works. That's probably fine. And the ticking time thing. Okay. Wait. What is this one? I need one that loops, chat. What is that? Kids game show music for class. Okay. But it's only 1 minute. Can I just put it on repeat? I don't know what this is either. Oh, you can purchase the full track. Wait. What if I play it on YouTube? If I search for it on YouTube Music, I can. Wait. Can I just play it on loop? Okay. Where's the loop button? Yeah, okay. I got my bootleg game show music. What? It's called the Funny Game Show Music Opener for Producing Your Game Challenge song. What? It works. It totally works. I wish I had a background to go with this. I wish I had a wait. Game show background photo thing. Images. No, hold. I'm a professional streamer. I got this. Game show background. Yeah, sure, that works. Oh, wait. Wait, I think I can find something. I swear. Professional. Years of experience of doing a thing. Find file. Do you think I am doing silly things? No. Oh. Would this work? Loop. Okay. Did it work? Did it not? That's the question. Browse. How about this one? Why won't it work? Properties? What if I just screenshot it? Will I get copyrighted if I just eat something off the internet? No lah. I might just do that. Oh, what if I... No, I won't. Who's gonna... Nobody tell. Okay, chat? Nobody tell. Licensable. How about Google background? No. Kahoot has music? Can you copyright an audience? I don't know. Apply alpha. What does all this mean? Why does it not work? Question. Can I play an MP4 file? Probably. I'm gonna screenshot it. If I screenshot it, it's probably fine. Okay. Pause. Screenshot. It's gonna be bootleg, but here we are. Can you tell I totally prepared for this like a long time ago? Yeah. Of course, yes. Exactly. Of course, of course.
Do not play
I think-
random MP4.
Oh. I screenshotted the MP4, so it counts, right? Ye of such little trust. Ye of such little trust. Dang. Okay. Okay. Size, lock, and then I put it down as a background. Somewhere. It's okay. I don't know where my diploma went anyway. It's probably somewhere. It's probably somewhere. It's fine. Nyaha. I lost the thing. Oh, I found the thing. Okay. This may seem bootleg, but it's not. Why is it moving now? I hate my life. I genuinely hate my life. Hold. You know what? Just... Why is it still... Okay, shut up. Hold. It's on its way down, chat. Shut up. Okay, I don't know why it's moving. It's supposed to be a screenshot, but it started moving, so I don't know what happened. Ta-da! She's an IT graduate. Oh my god, twinsies! Ta-da! To be fair, I screenshotted it. Wait, I'm still not here. Ta-da! What if... Wait, hold. I swear. Wait, properties. I got this. Cool. Kanna's game show. Right? Hold. Naha. Or wait, no, I guess quiz. Kanna's quiz. Are you smarter than... What am I doing with my life? This is... Shut up. Wait, if I give it no, wait. Hold. Someone make me a proper thing. But you get what I mean. Wait, if I put spaces here. Yaha! Hold, chat. Yaha? You get it? Damn, I'm so smart.
You opened the fuck ass MP4, didn't you?
But it works with the thing. I will neither confirm nor deny these accusations that I am receiving. How about... Naha! That looks smart, right? That looks totally smart. Okay, outline. What's outline? Holy shit, there's an outline. Select color. You see this, chat? It has an outline. Wait, the outline should be, I don't know, yellow? That's worse. I don't know if I opened the fuck ass. What was it called again? The MP4. But it started moving and I could have sworn it was not moving before. I don't know what happened there. Should this be a fuck ass yellow? It should be. That's totally ugly. I This is great. No, this is great. No, you see that? This is the production value in this stream alone, chat. You don't even know. You don't even know. Dun dun dun. With my eyes and ears hurting. What do you mean? No, this is the production value and shit, right? Here, I'll even move it here. If only I had a table. You know the thing that the hosts use? The table? Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, question. The song is loopable-ish. I'm gonna ask you the question, and I want you to know that I don't know the answer. Question number 1, chat. I'm just tuning out the music. Okay, if you have better music, just send it to me. What do you mean? Just send the music to me. It's either this or what is this? TV quiz game show opener for producing your quiz challenge music. Is this better? Is this better? I don't know. Mute the background music could work. but what about the mood? What about the vibes? Okay, how about epic cinematic tension intro for quiz show? Is this better? Did you hear that? Cinematic tension intro. Right, chat? Okay. I know. Okay, question number 1. Which 4 US states share a border with Texas? You would know. I don't know. This is not a fair question. This is in geography. Tell me your answers in chat because there's nowhere else. New York, you're so right. This game was rigged from the start. I know, shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. Me ain't American. See, it's not fair. Zane, buddy. Someone would know. I'll give you a hint. There's 4 of them because that's the New Mexico. Correct. 3 more. Oh, I don't know how to read that. Arkansas. Probably. Which 4 US states share a border with Texas? New Mexico. Arkansas. Probably is how you read it. 2 more, chat. Louisiana and Oklahoma. Correct. Are you just randoming? You're just saying. See, I told you. Okay. That was a test tutorial. Okay? Now, we're on to general questions that probably maybe someone can answer. Actual question number 1. Epistemophobia is a fear of what? Did you hear that music that I totally timed? Episte something. Can you spell it out? Oh, I'm doing so much work today. Oh, wait. How about if I just duplicate? How do I copy? Paste. Duplicate. Yes. Okay, hold. I'm putting so much effort in this. Appreciate me, please. Thank you. Look at the color of that. Beautiful. I don't even know if I read that right. Can we get the origin of the word? I don't know. Latin. It's probably Latin. Yes? No? How do you read that? Epistemophobia is a fear of what? And don't Google it. Can you use it in a sentence? I have epistemophobia. The aversion to learning. Okay. Is that your final answer? You want to phone a friend? The answer is dun, 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 knowledge. All my friends are stupid. It's a fear of knowledge. I can't type knowledge, but you get me. You understand me. Close enough, right, chat? See? Okay. What the heck? Okay. You'll never guess. What is a group of sparrows called? The song actually adds tension. What is Kanna first cover a murder? Is that the question and answer? That's crows. Wait, is that actually true? Smarter than a streamer. What is a group of sparrows called? Not murder. There's your hit for the day. Is this real? Yeah. A flock. No. It's a squirrel. I don't know if this is correct. Jack Sparrow. A group of sparrows is called a host. I don't know why. Why is that so big? Ta-da. Oh, wait, here. Ta-da! How did you know that it was a host of sparrows? What the heck? Endless, actually, are you a genius? Are you looking at my screen? Am I secretly sharing my screen? Squirrel. Why do they have weird names for a group of thingies? Anyway. Okay. I swear, all these questions. The questions are hard. What? Okay, well. Okay. This one is generic enough-ish. What was Play-Doh first used for? I don't know if I'm actually learning things or not. Remember these, chat. We might actually use this knowledge someday. What was Play-Doh first used for? What is Play-Doh in Indonesian? Plastisin? Bukan. Plastisin? Bukan kan? Yes? No? Molding. I actually don't. What is it called in Indonesian? I'm dumb. Yes. Thank you. To eat with crayons. Okay. Play-Doh was first used for cleaning wallpaper. It was used to remove soot and dirt by rolling globs of it across the dirty surface. Dun 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 dun. And here I thought they were just invented for play. Huh. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. If you want Indonesian trivia, even I don't know those. Ollie would be better with those. Okay. What is the official state sport of Alaska? Does this count as like a regional thing? I genuinely don't know either. Can we get Japan geography for 400 points? I can get you random Japan trivia. After this, I'm American and I don't even know this. Dog sledding. No, I'm the stupid one. The answer is dog mushing. What is dog mushing? What is the mushing of dogs? What? Dog mushing. Mushing? Is it sledding? So someone got that correct. Wow! That's smart. Someone should keep score. Okay. Random Japanese question-ish. What word? I knew movies would help me out somehow. What Japanese word for wave person refers to a masterless samurai? What is this question? Okay, here. So you can read it. Why do you all know that? Yeah, the answer is Ronin. Why is it a wave person? What the heck? Okay. We're weebs. Oh, I should have stuck with Japanese trivia. Then you guys would have aced it, right? We watch anime. Okay. This one is probably logical. Next question. What planet has the shortest year? Science question, chat. Science question. Surely, logically. The answer is... I'm kidding. It's Mercury. Yes, because it is closest to the sun. Exactly. You're so smart, chat. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. If you know this answer, I think you would be a genius. Because I don't know why you would remember this. Again, in science, because you aced it. How many oxygen atoms does a molecule of ozone have? Mampus. How do you know that? What the fuck? You know what? I hate this question. We're gonna skip that. I'm not gonna confirm nor deny if the answer is 3. How do you know that? What the actual heck? Bro. Maybe you are geniuses. We paid attention in school. That's more than what I paid in school. Okay. Okay. Hold. Fine. Still in science then. I had to take chemistry in school and uni. Oh, dang. Okay, fine. Science. What country gave birth to margarine in 1869? This is apparently science according to this website. Because there's birthing and it's has things. It's science. I don't care. Margarine is a form of butter. Margarine is fake butter made of vegetable oils, I assume. How designs like the spread. I guess it counts as a spread. The answer is dun 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 dun. The answer is France, actually. Did you guys guess? Was that a very good guess? Okay, this is well, not silly, but you know what I mean. This one is arts. According to this website, which of the 7 dwarves comes first alphabetically? This is art. Margarine is literally a French word. It is? Huh. That's not art. This is art according to this website. According to this website. Sleepy, Doc maybe. Hold. Do you even know the 7 dwarfs? Cause I don't. Kanna, I'm not a dwarf. I didn't even know they have names. Of course they do. You are in size. The answer is dun 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 dun. Bashful. Boo 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 boo. Can't believe you remember. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh. Okay, this one is from entertainment. Entertainment. My tummy is rumbling. Whose music is featured in the musical movie Mamma Mia? How is that not entertainment? I have no idea. Art. Kanna, did you not? I ate 2 eggs today. ABBA. Correct! Ding 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 ding. It's literally in the name. You're right. Okay. Okay, you pick pick a category, chat. General, science, entertainment, or arts. Anime is not an option in this particular website. Arts? Okay. Category arts. How is this art? Okay, chat. You chose art, and this is the question that popped up. For which newspaper does Clark Kent work? Don't ask me why. This is... I don't know what's up with the categories, but you know, the answer is the Daily Planet. Indeed, you're correct. I mean, comics are art. You're right. Okay, this is still an art, FYI. What the heck? I guess this counts as art? Does this even count as art? Huh. Okay, let's go with this one, I guess. In Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, what is Romeo's surname? That's it. It's technically out. Art. His first name is John. His name was indeed John Romeo. The lesser known first name, you're right. I don't know how to read the name, but you're right, chat. Mon potato. I don't know. You know, you're right. Shut up, I gave up on how to pronounce that. Whatever. It's close enough. You know, if I read it in Indonesian, montague. Kan enggak. Shut up, it's potato now. You get me. Understand? Shakespeare would understand. Shakespeare would understand. Does this count as art? Okay. This is art. What food of the three bears did Goldilocks eat? I don't know what's up with this category, man. Why is this art though? Does this even count? The answer is indeed porridge. I've been giving you the easy ones, chat. The easy ones. If I give you a hard one, I don't think you can answer. Right? But then that's the same thing I thought about the ozone thing. Well, this is question number 37 in the arts category. What is the first name of the writer H.G. Wells? John. Did you Google it, Dark? How do you know? Endless 2? What the heck? No, actually, that's correct. Herbert is the answer. No, I read. Well. Turns out reading is important, chat. That's the takeaway. Okay. What the heck? Do you want easy, medium, or hard? Pick one. Easy, medium, or hard? Zane? Okay. I don't know if this is probably maybe easy? Probably? In what decade were the books of J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy first published? No. Oh. I'm trying to make this more readable. Is it more or less readable? I don't know. The answer is first published. So I guess first ones? Okay. I can indeed tell you someone has got the answer correct. Someone in chat wrote the answer correct. The answer is the 1950s. I totally was timing it with the background music. Did you see that? That's professional. Absolutely professional. That was a longer pause than I thought it would be. Close. Okay. Do we want to stick with what is apparently arts, or do we want to change categories, chat? Geography, entertainment, general, science, history. Oh man. Change to science. Okay. Okay. Next time we can do a poll or something. Okay, to be fair, the history ones are probably I don't think anyone can. Wait, why don't we just poll actually? Hello. Poll. How do I do a poll again? /poll? I'm so smart, I tell you. Poll. Poll? No. Category. Science. Arts. General. What was... Shut up. What was the option again? History. Entertainment. Duration. 2 minutes because I'm impatient. There you go. Did you see that? IT graduate. Kidding. Am I patient enough to wait 2 minutes? Of course I am. Who do you think I am? No. I will wait 2 minutes. In the meantime, I will ask an arts question. This is art, apparently. 2 minutes is so long. I should have done with 1 minute, shouldn't I? Tusk. Okay. Where do fallen Norse warriors go? Beep, beep, boop, boop. That was too easy, wasn't it? That was absolutely too easy. It's apparently art. Who am I to argue? The answer is indeed Valhalla. Mythology is art, right? Yes, no? Okay. Oh, it's still a tie between science and history. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, this is still technically somewhat art, probably. Who was? Okay, that's tiny. Who became the first person to become a billionaire by writing books? We'll get anything but the category says. In USD, I don't know in what currency? Question mark? 1 billion. I guess the website is in English. I'm guessing USD. My assumption. True, but I'm not sure. That's what they counted. Question mark? that was a very points for effort. The first person to become a billionaire by writing books is indeed J.K. Rowling. Boom, 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 boom. That's all. Smart. Absolutely smart. Okay. Someone tell me what the answer, what the poll said, because I forgot. Was it science? It was totally science. It should be science. Was it science? I didn't say. Thank you, Dark. Oh, I don't know how you can see the answer after it just says poll ended. Okay, science had 8 votes. We're going with science. Oh, I'm trying to think of, should I go easy, should I go hard? But then if what I think is hard is not really hard, then I would be sad. So, hard? Okay. We're adults here. Okay, I don't know if this is medium or hard. In what year was the Richter scale developed? In what year was the Richter scale developed? That's more history. Not according to this website, it's not. I'll give you a hint. It starts with 19. If it helps, it starts with 19. Then you have approximately 99 digits to guess. I'll accept decades-ish. Try to guess the decade if you really can't. That's not a decade, Desperado. That's not. The answer is, it was developed in 1935. 1935, chat. Some of you got pretty damn close. Okay. This is probably more sciencey. Okay. What subatomic particle determines isotope? I would like to tell you that I don't know what these words means, but I know the answer because the website told me. What subatomic particle determines isotope? Actual nerd shit. I would love to give you multiple choice, but I don't know what choices there would be. So there you go. The answer actually is neutrons. Boo, 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 boo. Close. Maybe you are smart, chat. Actually, hello, maybe you are smart. Okay, more of actual probable science. Okay. Mn is the chemical symbol for which element? Mn is the chemical symbol for which element? Oh, it's not Minnesota. It's not Minnesota either. And mangosteen is a fruit. The answer is manganese. I actually didn't thought of magnesium is Mg, right? Yes, no? Kanna's trying to dull my whimsy. I'm sorry, the answer is Minnesota. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Correct. Thank you for the gifted sub. Correct. Actually. Okay. Oh. This is not a philosophical question, but chat. Chat. Manganese, shut up, Bebo. Like, why do stars twinkle? This is a science question, but why do stars twinkle? Have you ever thought about that, chat? Have you ever thought about why stars twinkle? Because they're pretty. You're so right. They would be so flattered. Astigmatism is not the answer. Because they drink. They're too overwhelmed with life. A very interesting question. What is a star? What does it mean to twinkle? We are but specks in the wide, wide universe. Because they're femboy. Yeah, you know, you're right. The answer is... I don't even know why. Because of turbulence in Earth's atmosphere. Does that mean they don't actually twinkle? We just think we just see that they kind of twinkle. I was kind of close. Kind of, not bad. Okay, this counts as apparently counts as science. If you know this, I genuinely have never heard of this in my entire life, chat. Science! The loose skin hanging from the neck of a chicken is known as a what? Foreskin. I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay. Foreskin is the correct answer. I'm kidding. But I can't get it out of my head. I'll have you know that actually someone did kind of type the right answer. I know it in Spanish. I mean, if it refers to the same skin, it probably counts. Jenggerayam. I don't know what it is in Indonesian either. The answer is... it's known as a waddle. I honestly didn't know that was a thing. I thought it was a gobble. Good job! Good job! At this point, I'm just having fun giving stupid answers. Oh. Huh. Okay. Waddle, 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 waddle. This one should be easy, chat. The next one should kind of probably be easy. Ish. What is the Celsius equivalent of 273.15 degrees Kelvin? Celsius, I'm cooked. Who's Kelvin? My neighbor. The answer is obviously what's a Celsius? It's when you eat something and it's not very delicious, so it's just Celsius. The answer is 0 degrees. Boop. Exactly, celery. Exactly. Okay, this one is up in space, probably. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. Which planet is referred to as the jewel of the solar system? Which planet is referred to as the jewel? It's not. Dun dun dun. The answer. The jewel of the solar system is indeed Saturn. Maybe because rings. I don't know why, but maybe because rings. That's so smart. I don't even remember which one it is. The one with... Smart. Actually smart. Huh. Which Australian animal has unique fingerprints? Dun, dun. R. Ravenheart, is that Rose? The answer is... I'm gonna hi! Hey, Rose, is that you? Am I dumb? Am I wrong? Yes, it is. Why is your... I didn't know your Twitch username. Koala, but that's a very confusing way to word that question. The answer is indeed koala, but I don't know why that's a confusing way to word that question. I didn't even know koalas had fingerprints. What the heck? So it is drop bear. What the heck is a drop bear? A drop bear is a koala? Huh. You're stopping by to say hi. It is koala. Huh.
Hi, honey.
Tuhan Allah. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the subs. Ah! Thank you so much for the gifted subbies. And Zero Raven 2, thank you for giving Rose a subby. Beep, 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 beep. That's crazy. Look up Drop Bear on YouTube. Ooh, I will do that. Wait. What the heck is that? Okay. This is science. What popular computer language chat. What popular computer language shares its name with the serpent Apollo slew at Delphi? That's a very funny way of framing the question. Right, because like I wonder, because it says serpent. You should know this. No, I don't know. C++. The answer is, you're not gonna believe this, chat. It's Python. Yay! I just wanted to put up a question I actually knew the answer to, you know, chat. Cause like, you know what I mean. Python didn't exist. Hey! Oh, absolutely. Okay. Do you want medium or hard, chat? Because there's a question that you will... I absolutely don't think you can know the answer to this. Genuinely. If hard, well done. Exactly. Try it. Okay, we go. And his first programming language was basic. Hello, world. What is the scientific name of the plant used to make licorice? Yeah, no, I swear to God, you will not know this. There's no way. There's actually absolutely no way. I bet someone will Google it. Lick a tongue. No, you're right. I bet she can Google it. It is that. It is. Is it? It is. It is the candy thingamajig. None of us are nerdy enough for this question. I don't even know if that's how you're supposed to spell licorice. I don't know. I never knew it's made of a plant. Mikey, correct answer. Wow, you totally didn't Google that, and I'm not even gonna try to read that. Do we trust this website? Sure. I'm gonna call it the abracadabra. It's called the something candelabra. You're right. Exactly. Okay, this one you could probably still guess, maybe. Or maybe you know the answer. How many days can a cockroach live up to without its head? I'm so good at this game. No, for real, for real. How many days can a cockroach live up to without its head? 6, 7. The answer is... I totally missed the timing for the background music, but you know that. You know what? It's fine. The answer is... Kanna, can I smite those guys? The answer is 9 days. Smite them. 9 days. Someone got it correct. Did you cheat? Did you cheat? Oh, okay. Chat. What does breaking the sound barrier cause? I definitely didn't throw out a random number. Just totally. A loss of hearing. Pain. Flashbang. The answer is indeed a sonic boom. Beep 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 boo. I don't know. That's not what a sonic boom sounds like. Just FYI, I don't know what a sonic boom sounds like. It sounds like a boom. What the heck? Okay. Well, chat. Do you know what adjective describes the back of your knee? Well, the knee. When Sonic said boom in the Sonic movie, I wept. I will watch it. Thank you. Have a good day. Flabby. I have no idea how you would know. Which one is adjective again, dude? Is the word that I don't know maybe describes another word I don't know. Chronic pain. If it helps, I'll give you a hint. It starts with a P. Also, I might want to pee, but that's a different thing. I don't know how to pronounce this word either. Someone tell me. The answer is not pee squishy. The answer is also not pee. It's also not phallic. The answer is pop something. Pop little. Pop. What the heck is this word anyway? What does that even mean? Brother, I'm gonna Google that. Pop little. Pahami mystery. Sakit belakang lutut from Halodoc. That is the thing. That is indeed the thing. What? Dude, I don't know. Popliteal refers to the anatomical area at the back of the knee. Ha! What a jump scare. Okay. Oh, this one is too easy. Okay. Let me see. Loads. I mean, maybe you would know this. How many chromosomes are in human DNA, chat? How many chromosomes are in human DNA? At least one. I should hope so. I should hope so, right? Okay, dude, I have to let you know that no one has the correct answer yet. And if you don't believe me, ask this website.com. The answer is the human DNA has 46 chromosomes. Bum, 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 bum. So I guess 23 pairs, so that makes it. Yeah, the double helix thingamabooby. So the answer was 46 chromosomes. I counted the pairs, not individually. Close though. I saw you guys were close. Bum, 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 bum. Go piss, you're so right. Okay, give me a second. I'll give you a question. I will leave and somehow you need to be able to get the answer. What if I find a really hard one? But you can't Google it. This one isn't hard though. Oh, you wouldn't know this. Oh. Huh? Okay. Oh, I really have to be. 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 Oh, I should pick. I really have to be. But I'm picking a question. Oh, but I don't know if it's hard or not. Oh, I really have to be. I don't know. Blah 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 blah. Just go, but what about the question? I really have to go. Holy crap. What's it? Yeah, sure, this question. Yeah, whatever this means. Sure. Guys, it's tiny. Oh, I have to press enter. Oh, I have to go pee. Oh, I'll be right back. Goodbye. Oh, Tuhan Allah. I'm back. I nearly died or peed my pants, but whichever comes first. I'm back. Oh, I've never sprinted so fast and yet so slow. You know what I mean? Because I could barely walk. I've never wanted to pee that bad in my life. Remember not to die. I'll write that down. Oh, oh, holy crap. Okay, I'm alive. Answer the question. The answer was indeed a keto diet. No, it's not. The answer is cannibalism. I guess that means interspecific is like you when you predate, when you prey on within your species, question mark. Yeah, cannibalism. Holy crap. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Dang. Predate. Wink to the coffee shop. Okay. Jomblo, but how about last question before we move on to history? Oh, history's gonna be like 10 times harder, right? Because I don't know anything. Okay, Trat. I don't know how you're gonna know this, but it's timed out. Well, okay. What animal? What is this question? What animal has 13 nipples arranged in a bullseye pattern? In a bullseye pattern? No, I don't think a dog has it in a bullseye pattern. No? Question mark? What the heck did I come back to? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what animal has 13 nipples arranged in a bullseye pattern specifically. Have you checked? I checked Muse. To be fair, Muse does not look like a bullseye pattern. If it helps, it's 2 words and it starts with Virginia. It's Virginia something. Which one says it better? Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Virginia something. You're not gonna get this though. Is the Virginia not mole rat? Oh, Virginia opossum, I think, is how you read it. What is happening? My brain was turned off. That I was close. It was an opossum. Boom, boom. Welcome to the Kanna quiz show. You guys are actually so smart. Okay. Okay. Chat, we're gonna move on to dun dun history, and I genuinely cannot answer any of these. If you can answer any of these, you're already smarter than a streamer. Boo 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 boo. I have no idea what this even means. Okay. It should make me think those have so many babies. Okay. Can we make it challenging and do Indo history? I have to Google Indo history. Indo quiz. How do you type quiz in Indonesian? Wait, how do you... K-U-I-S? What's quiz in Indonesian? Tuhan Allah. Sejarah Indonesia. Shut up. I never said I was a good Indonesian history quiz. Yeah, just Google it in English. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay. Do I trust this website? Okay. Okay. Apparently, we're now doing Indonesian history. I would like to preface this with saying that I probably also don't know the answer to this. Okay. I found funtrivia.com. Okay? Indonesian quiz. Do you know they have a description for the quiz? Okay, so the person who made the quiz said this. I made this quiz out of curiosity to see what average non-Indonesian and non-Dutch nationals know about a crucial part of the past of Indonesia. I think it is rather easy, but who knows? So this was made for people who are non-Indonesian. So, right? That's some of you, chat. Surely you can get this. The problem is that it's an actual quiz and I can't see the answer until I answer. What if I get it wrong? I'm gonna take chat's most answers as the answer, so I cannot be at fault. Which Europeans shut up. Which Europeans were the first to set foot in Indonesia? It's multiple choice, chat. It's multiple choice. Okay? Wow, I'm so helpful. Between the Spaniards, the English, the Portuguese, and the Dutch. I'm gonna say Michi Mochi or Michi was indeed the first European yang Indo kasih tau jawabannya dong biar gue bisa klik, cuy. Anyone, literally anyone. I have to guess. I have to guess, don't I? I'm gonna. If I click, does it immediately tell me if it's right or wrong? No, it doesn't. Ah, chat. Oh, where is I? The answer is, and I got it correct, mind you. I totally didn't guess it correctly-ish. The answer was Portuguese. Dun dun dun. Exactly. Close, chat. Close. Okay. Which part of Indonesia were those earlier European conquerors most interested in? I will give you the multiple choice. You're welcome. Between Sumatra, The Moluccas, Eastern Java, or Bali. And before I have to explain, Bali is indeed in Indonesia. Maluku mbak, mohon maaf. Shut up. I have to click, don't I? Wait, Sumatra maybe? Maluku di mana cuy? Maluku tuh di mana sih? Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say Timur Tengah. Okay. No. I actually don't know. Maybe Sumatra, probably. Shut up. Dang it. The answer is Moluccas, which is apparently Maluku. Is it really? Huh. 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 The answer is the not Sumatra. They went for spices. So the only place on there I didn't know. Oh, okay. This one. I'm 70% sure I know the answer to this. That's a long one. I don't know if you can read that, chat. You can read that. You know what? I don't even have to read it out loud to you. You can totally read that. In the beginning of the 17th century, the Dutch founded a settlement on the northwestern coast of Java. Which name did they give to this rapidly expanding township? I will give you the multiple choice. Right? Boop, 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 boop. It's New Holland, Surabaya, Batavia, or whatever the last one. I don't know how to read that. Buitenzorg sounds not Indonesian enough-ish. Batagor. Or the last one is Batagor. The last one does sound cool. Is New Holland even in Indo? New Holland sounds like a bakery. No, that's Holland Bakery. I understand why you might be confused. Probably they weren't creative. The answer is dun 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 dun. It's Batavia. Ba 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 bum, which is now called Jakarta. I think. Unless I'm dumb. It was actually Jakarta. Technically, yes. It was renamed to Jakarta. Exactly. Knowledge. What the heck is this? Well. Good luck answering this one. Ta-da! Tiny, minuscule. I'm kidding. Let me just... I work so hard, chat. You don't know how hard I work. You know how difficult it is every single time that I need to do... Why is it so tiny, you ask? I would also like to know. Okay. I'm just gonna do this. As in nearly all colonial empires, besides direct Dutch rule, there was also an indirect rule by means of local indigenous, whatever that word is, potatoes, sultans, or lords of lesser rank. What was the most important sultanate of the whole of Indonesia? I will kindly give you the multiple choice, chat. I will give you the multiple choice. It's between Jakarta. Nangong sih? It could be this. Aduh, typo, cok. Surakarta, Pontianak, or Aceh? I've heard of Aceh before. Yeah, you may have. Mohon maaf. Dun, 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 dun. I'm guessing Surakarta. The answer is... Oh, I have to answer first. Cok. Kepencet lagi. Bentar, oi. Kepencet. I was gonna press the correct one, but I swear I accidentally scrolled and pressed the wrong one when it should be right. I just want you to know that I knew the answer, probably. It scrolled. It's not my fault. The answer is... The answer is Jakarta. Not because it sounds like Jakarta. I swear it's not because it sounds like Jakarta. But conveniently, it's Jakarta but jogging. You're right. It's a whole vibe. Okay, next question. At the end of the 18th century, the Dutch possessions, I don't know if you can read that. The Dutch possessions in Indonesia were taken over by the Dutch state from another institution. Which was that institution? To which those already quite extended possessions had hitherto belonged. Bro, what is this English language, brother? At the end of the 18th century, the Dutch possessions in Indonesia were taken over by the Dutch state from another institution. Which was that institution to which those already quite extended... What does that even mean? Possessions had hitherto belonged. Chat, I don't know what you're gonna do about this, but I'm gonna give you... I think basically they're like, who the heck had their possessions taken by the Dutch state? Question mark? Here are the multiple choice answers. Good luck. Absolutely good luck. Aduh, kepencet. Good luck, chat. I don't know what to tell you. Is it A, the something of the Netherlands? Is it B? Is it C? Or is it D? Wow. Oh, that's not a dot. Oh! Even I know the answer. Tuh kan salah... I swear to God, every time I click on the webpage, it thinks that I made an answer when I didn't. I swear to you, Did you know that every time I accidentally click the wrong thing, I have to restart from question 1 and then I have to answer it all over again? I'm actually learning. Because then I have to remember the answers, chat. The answer is... I can't pronounce it, so I'm gonna tell you... What is it? The abbreviation. Is this one. Ta-da! East. Huh. Does that mean it's supposed to be like East Indies Company? Something East Indies Company. Correct. Correct. Chat, the questions are all so long, I have to say. Okay. The year 1825. We're 60% there, by the way. There's 10 questions. Oh. Did I made it disappear? Oh. Oh. You can tell an Indonesian made this quiz. You can totally tell an Indonesian made this quiz. I can't explain it, but it's such a long question. There you go. The year 1825 saw quite dangerous revolt of a prince of a sultanate on Java. Ray made the quiz. Which took the Dutch 5 years to suppress, and during which a Dutch general shamelessly, broke his word of honor that he had given to the prince. What was the name of that prince? Later on, not quite rightly, regarded as a forerunner of Indonesian independence. Aduh, tuh kan salah pencet lagi. It's every time I press on the webpage, chat. I swear to God, I'm just trying to copy-paste the thing. Okay. The multiple choice are Diponegoro, Mojopahit, Sukarno, Ratu Adil. Good luck. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Same. Honestly, just pick a lane. Yeah, I was about to ask, is Diponegoro even 2 words? I mean, that makes sense if Negoro just means country. But let's do this. I'm gonna put you out of your misery. Because obviously, it's hard. The answer is, I think... Wait while I answer the quiz all over again because I accidentally clicked the wrong thing again. Moluccas, Batavia, Yogyakarta, POC, and we're here. I think the answer is Diponegoro is the correct answer. Ta-da! I generally think the questions are getting more and more difficult for like non-Indonesian stuff. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, this one, I'll just do this. At the end of the 19th century, not all territories now forming independent Indonesia were under Dutch control just yet. One principality whose inhabitants where devout Muslims resisted fiercely the Dutch intrusion. The result was a bitter war that lasted for decades. Now, good luck, but which part of Indonesia are we talking about? Good luck. The multiple choice are... Oh, copy. Paste. Minahasa, Yogyakarta, Aceh, or West Papua? Me trying to make this somewhat readable, chat. You're gonna say Jakarta again, aren't you? Teacher, the formatting on this quiz, F for you. F minus. F minus. Is F minus a thing? I don't get letter grading. F minus, your detention. You get detention. Never question. Is you understanding? The teacher ate the worksheet. And I'm gonna say, but blah blah blah. The answer is, the teacher is correct. The answer is Aceh. Aduh, ache. Aceh, why? The answer is Aceh, which still maintains its Muslim majority today, probably. I don't know, that sounds correct. Do I sound smart yet? Ache. I do indeed. Ache. Ugh. Brother, I don't know the answer to these questions. I don't know how they're expecting random people who are not Indonesians to know this. Multiple spellings for that one. Okay, what was it? The spelling? This one? T and J is an old spelling for C. You know? So these days, you don't use T and J anymore because we're lazy, so we just do this. Ta-da! How did the mirror stream even turn to the smart stream? It's been 3 hours? I don't know how we got here. Yeah! This, okay, so T and J becomes C because we're lazy. And then this also became U. What else happened to it? I don't know if there's any else. Okay, chat, I bought randomly an old cookbook that was published in like the 1960s, and all the spelling was still the old spelling because they released it as like a... Instead of like a recipe book, they released it as more like a historic document, if you will. So they maintain all the typos and they maintain like all the old school spellings. Yeah. So if I try to read that, and it's pretty funny to try to read. Do they teach both the old? No, they just teach the new one, I think. But some like old names and stuff are still spelled the old way. DJ, yeah! DJ also just becomes J. What else? That's why like say Sukarno would be read as just Sukarno. You know? You know? That's also why Yogyakarta dulu gini bukan sih? Cuy? I don't know. What's the old spelling of Yogyakarta? Is it J? So that's why it became Yogyakarta? I still say Jogja, mind you. Language is interesting indeed. I don't know, right? Because like Yogyakarta, some people say... I've heard people say Yogyakarta, but also I just say Yogyakarta. I don't know why. I don't know why. Was Jakarta also spelled with a D before? Maybe. Mayhaps. Oh, interesting random fact. Like I said, I bought the recipe book, right? It was published by... No, it was a book that was... it was whose plan? I think Sukarno, the first president, right? The first president wanted to release that recipe book. So basically, he told like chefs from all over Indonesia to like send in their recipes. So he wanted to make like a big collection of like recipes used, the recipes that exist in Indonesia. And funny enough, do you know what they have in there? One of the recipes was like tortilla soup. And I'm like, is that even Indonesian? I've never even heard of tortilla soup. Please don't bug me. No, it isn't. One day, please come to Indonesia and come try our tortilla soup, world famous. It had interesting facts, chat. We will discuss that in the next stream because that's a whole thing. The book is like, how many pages long? Buku, resep. What is it called again? Mustika Rasa. Yeah. I can have that across the border in Mexico. See, it says that it's the first president's legacy, inheritance, something. Do you know what? It has 1,123 pages. Just FYI, it's a really thick book. Just get that and you can cook. You can cook Indonesian food for the rest of your life, I guess. Wait, I have the image. Copy image? Copy image. Or save image. Can I save image? Save image. I can save image. Oh, you can buy Maruchan tortilla soup. There. I bought this because I thought it was interesting. I've never cooked from it though. Maybe one day. Do they have a recipe? I'll try to look in the 1,000 pages, chat. If I find it, I'll let you know. I think they have a section for sambals or something. But yeah, it's very interesting. Beep beep boop boop. I'll look up if there's any martabak in it so we'll know. Okay, chat. I forgot where the page is. Okay. Around 1925, brother. What? Oh, this is easy, chat. This is easy. You got this. Around 1925, a young nationalist began his first political actions against colonial rule. His daughter would one day, much later of course, become a president of Indonesia. What was his name? Good luck. The options are Sukarno, Amir Sharifuddin, Muhammad Hatta, or Sultan Syahrir. What if I get this wrong? What if I get this wrong? Then someone's gonna deport me. sounds familiar. It would sound familiar indeed. The answer is Sukarno. The music is so tense. I feel like I'm in some sort of oh well. Okay. Yippee! Yeah, because that's the first president, chat. The first president is Sukarno. Oh, chat. There's only 2 questions we're gonna run through. I swear to God, it's so Indonesian specific. I genuinely think it's difficult. After the war, the Dutch were not willing to recognize the Indonesian Republic without further ado. From 1946 onwards, there was a sort of half-war between the Republican and the Dutch troops, which reached its climax at the end of 1948. I'm gonna be a lazy teacher. I'm just gonna write, what was this climax about? Tada! I'm kidding. Here. These are the multiple choice. The Dutch took all important cities of Indonesia and took Sukarno prisoner. Or did the military struggle ended in a draw? Or the Dutch army was beaten like the French at that place. The Dutch army withdrew, fearing an armed Chinese intervention. When did Kanna become the teacher? From around 46 minutes ago. I don't know how long we've been doing this, chat. Just now. Correct. I actually don't know the answer, so someone tell me the answer so that I can guess, and then we'll see if it's correct. Okay. I'll give you a hint. It is between these two. The Dutch took all important cities of Indonesia and took Sukarno prisoner, or did the military struggle end in a draw? NFS says B and he's smart, but he also said he will make shit up. The answer is, indeed, A, because it's the longest one. Correct! I mean, because it's historically correct. Because historically this is correct. That's what I meant. Last one, chat. If you get this right, you're practically Indonesian. Apparently. After the recognition of Indonesian independence by the Netherlands, a part of present Indonesia remained under the Dutch rule for more than a decade. Which part was that? I'm laughing because I don't know. Mana ya? Well, good luck. Did they try to keep the Moluccas? Because that was where they first... Well, people... What the place where people wanted? The spice trade, whatever, all that jazz. I have to be honest, and I have no idea where Bonaire is. West Irian is another name for West Papua. I think. Probably. Where the heck is Bonaire? Exactly. Is that even a place? Okay. Hint. Bonaire is a Caribbean island. Is it? Okay. Oh, it's the North Island. Is it? Okay, I will give you a hint. It's not the Moluccas. It is also not Aceh. So, does Bonaire refer to Borneo? Because that would be funny. Is it Bonaire? Whatever that is. Or is it West Irian? Dun dun dun. Who the heck spells Borneo? The person who made this quiz. Okay. Borneo is funny. We're going with the Papua one. And indeed correct! The answer is indeed West Irian / West Papua. Where did you get this quiz? Funtrivia.com. Answers may or may not be true. Please fact check at your own free time. Thank you. You have free will, chat. You have free will. It's better even in the archipelago. I have no idea what the heck that is, man. Oh, wait. Chat, there are explanations. Chat! Holy shit! There's an explanation. Okay. So, the answer is indeed West Irian. Between 1949 and 1961, the Dutch government tried to prepare the inhabitants of West Irian, who are ethnically different from the Indonesians and much more akin to the inhabitants of Papua on the eastern part of the island, for independence. This was a justifiable intention in itself, but in view of the treaty with the Indonesians and the intentions of Sukarno, formally and politically untenable. There is a Free Papua movement and sporadic fighting, but the chances for independence or union with the other Papua, aka Eastern Papua, are very slim, to put it mildly. Da-da! That's why even today, Eastern Papua is not a part of Indonesia. Me. It's a Caribbean island near Venezuela. So actually, it was like 3 hints. I gave 3 hints. I took out 2 and left Bonaire. Because why not? There you go, chat. I'll give you the link to the quiz. If you ever decide to, I don't know why, take this quiz ever again. Ta-da! .html. Wah. Now to the real Indo quiz. What is the real Indo quiz? Quiz parampa. Okay, I have to tell you that I don't know what that is. Does that mean I fail already? Does that mean that I fail already? What the heck is quiz parampa? Quiz orang stress. What? Why does it just say... How the heck do you not know that? Does every Indonesian know it? No lah. I'm gonna go to my default answer, which is that I'm gonna ask Ray, and if she doesn't know it, then it's fine if I don't know it. That checks out, right? I'm Googling it and I still don't know what it is. Okay, quiz parampa is a quiz, puzzle, game, logical, what? Now you have to do it on stream? Okay, stupid question. Is it on Steam? Where do you even play it? Dude, I genuinely don't know what this is. What? Sent it, you have it in DM? Flashmuseum.net. Single player. On a scale of 1 to 10. Okay. Is the quiz all... The quiz is in Indonesian. Correct? Yes, no? Okay, wait. Play now. Okay. Is it that hard, chat? What about this? What is this song? What is this song? What? Okay. Dude, I don't know what this is. We're taking it together? Question mark? Is this legit? Password? What's the password for? Ah? Ah? Playing rules. Okay, I will somewhat translate. The rules are you need to answer all the questions. Some of the questions are very easy. Some may frustrate you. You have 3 chances. If you give the wrong answer, then you lose a life. If you lose 3 lives, the quiz is over. Okay? Okay? Levels with bombs. If there is a bomb level, if you explode, you die. You have 10 seconds to stop or get through it. Hidden hearts. There are hidden hearts in some close levels and they're hidden. That's what the word hidden is for. Okay, whatever. Okay. Category updated. Is it an actual category? There ain't no way. Okay, you know what? How many questions are these? Oh my god, wait, chat. Before I start. I got a WhatsApp from Ali. Give me a second. Omo. Okay. Click mulai. No, I thought it was... Oh! Chat, I'm a genius. I clicked... Yes, mulai does mean start. If A equals B and C equals D, then G equals what? Huh? Is it H? I feel... Is it a trick question? Tuhan ala goblok. If A equals B and C equals D, then G equals what? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Brother. I'm gonna die at level 2, aren't I, chat? Huh? I hate this. Wait. Yeah. M? A? A? Why the heck does it mean A? Wait. Cool. Is this the this isn't a volume thing, is it? It's just unmute and unmute. Mana yang paling kecil? Which one is the smallest? It's this one, isn't it? No? Huh? 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 Which one is the smallest if it's not that one? Wait, was it A? I forgot. Did I just lose a life? I'm gonna die. Which one is the smallest? Oh, it's this one, isn't it? It's gonna be a stupid... Ah, man. Yeah. Oh, chat. I can't even explain to you what I'm doing. Apakah... What is the fifth letter of the alphabet? D. I'm gonna lose my brain cells, aren't I? Temukan. Temukan what? What am I supposed to find? Bukan, no. Wrong. Tidak. Is it the only green one? But I don't trust it, chat. Oh, it's right. Which one is not the name of a location? Oh, I knew that. Now what the heck am I supposed to do with this? Ah? Ah. Holy shit, I'm a genius. I remember. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Red, blue, yellow, red, green. Red, blue, yellow, red, green. Red, blue, yellow, red, green. That's it? You would lebih baik mati berkalang tanah. What the heck is berkalang anyway? I don't know. This one rhymes with tanah. Penjajah tanah. Lebih baik mati berkalang tanah daripada I totally just didn't click a random one. Someone remember the question. The answer. It's a proverb. Oh. Death. Death? They're all math. What does that even... Oh, brother. A. Small. I. B. Eh. Where's the dang yup? Yup. Yup. Jelly. Eh. Okay. What now? Chat. Death. Death is history. Death is physics. Death is geography. Chat. Oh, that I don't know what to tell you. Where's the dang yup? Yup, 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 yup. Oh, this is annoying, isn't it? Green. What if the yup stops appearing, chat? Yup. Banana, 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 banana. What the heck is this? Okay. Do I just find something clickable? Who made this, chat? There's nothing! The hearts? Nope. Can't click the hearts. Nope. I click the hearts. No bueno. Mean death in Indonesia? Mati! Oh, mati. Goblok. Wait, I did it! Where's the... It has to be exactly the thing. Hiya. Hiya. Brother. Are you playing the impossible? I guess this is the impossible. How many levels are these? Are there anyway? And just, if I say 10, I'm just gonna get it wrong, aren't I? Oh! I have so much trust issues. Is it a trick question? No, it's not. Nonetheless. God, this is sinicho. What do... Oh! 13, chat! 13! Oh, fuck! Sorry, red. Blue. Yellow. Red. Green. Chat, did you see that? Here, mouse. Ni mouse-nya. What do now? Huh? Huh? The cat no like my mouse. Huh? Brother? Why doesn't it want my mouse? What the heck? Put it in the mouth? Nope. 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 Chat? I'm already clicking its eyeballs. I don't know what to do. What if I'm just stuck here forever? Just waiting. Chat, my mouse is here. Click shadow? Is there a mouse hidden here? Nope. Nope. No, chat. What do? What do? What do? Click shadow. Nothing. Almost got it. Ah? Can you drag? Nope. Nope. make the cat close its eyes. But it already blinks. But it already blinks. Don't move. Oh. Hmm? Oh my god! Space? Goblok. Lari ke pojok. Apanya, Cuk? Aw, man. Now I have to do it all over again. Oi. Where's the green? Yup. What if one of these days they just make the yup disappear, chat? Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Okay. 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 What was it again? Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Okay. Chat. I still can't believe you remember that first try. Aha! Nyahaha! Does it count if my mouse is just here? It doesn't? How? Then how? What do you mean run to that? Lari ke pojok. Pojok kanan atas. Does that mean the cursor has to be on the screen? Grr. Me. Very demure, I know, thank you. Yep, I am. Mati. Goblok. Mati. Shut up. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Gone. Very demure, thank you. It's the language of my people. Here. Huh. Oh, I hate this. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Lord. Ah! Ah, man, we got through that. You out, you deaf. Don't mess up. Ini apa, coy? Okay. I don't know. 21? E. There's no E. There's no E. She can't keep getting away with this. What do you mean? There's no E. Chat. E? E where? No L, but E where? Beep boop boop. Where's the E? How can it be C? Wait, oh. Where's the I? You get it? O D. Okay? Because there's no I. You're so smart. You're so smart. Ah? 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 Huruf angka? Ah? Ah? What do you mean, oh, I see? Ah? I don't know. E? What is the point? What is the point? What is genuinely the point? Hiya. Hiya. Where's the dang yup? Yup. Aduh, mana cuy? Jelly. Merah biru kuning bangke. Mati. 10. 13. Merah biru kuning merah hijau. Mouse gone. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got this shit. Balik ke pojok. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Panda chat, I swear. I forgot. 21. Was it a D? Was it an E? Wire. I don't know, green. Brother. I'm gonna be here until tomorrow. I swear. Where's the dang yup? Where are you, yup? I hate this level the most. Were you here? I hate that level the most. It takes so much time. Aduh, dead. Aduh. Honestly, your retention is pretty good. What does retention mean again? I think just cut the tape. Ah. You're right. I'm blaming my mouse. I absolutely blame my mouse. I blame my mouse. My mouse screwed me over. Yup. Yeah, bangke. Mati. 10. 13. Aduh, pegel. Sumpah pegel. Pegel banget. Aduh, mak. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Mouse gone. Bless you, thank you. Hiya, spacebar. Do I not need to wait? Okay, chat. Ah. 21. D. E. Cut all the damn wires. But I cut them all! I cut them all! Come on! That's not fair! I cut them all! How does that not work? I just cut them all! Come on! Where are you? Yup. I cut them all! That's not fair! Hiya! Hiya! Maybe it's the order? But I did cut the green one first. I forgot you don't have to do that. Oh, stupid thing. Oh, stupid thing. Oh, chichak. Chichak, chichak. Eh. 21. D. E. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Green, red. Have you tried not blowing up? I think if you get the question correct, then you don't die. Well, we should try doing that, shouldn't we, chat? Have we tried getting the question right? No, right? We'll try that next. Thank you so much for letting me know. You're so right. You're so right. Yup, you're right. You're so right. Ah. What is the point of the 3 hearts if I'm just gonna die, chat? If I'm just gonna die, there is no point to living. I forgot I can just press space. Ugh. Anyone? D. E. Cut the damn wire. Cut where? Just kill me. There's nowhere to cut, chat. There's nowhere to cut. If you go to main menu, you can type 21. Is that true? Are you lying to me? You are. Is that the password? There's no way. Or what the hell? How? How the heck? Yeah, bodoh. Exit. I'm stuck here. Wait, I'll just die. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Wait, I'll just die. Okay, wait, let me think about this. 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 I don't know where it is! Cut the tape! Demure. absolutely demure, chat. Absolutely demure. Do I trust any of these 23s? Nope. Chat. Okay, hold. Does that mean I can just do this? I hate my life. Close enough, chat. Close enough. Got the damn tape. I hate this thing. How can this not be the real... Ah! Oh boy. Goblok. Alright. Hiya. 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 Okay, yeah, yada yada, blah blah, bloop bloop. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Terus? Goblok. Apa yang ada di level 17? Fuck you all. 17. Hiya. How many? I was hoping this would end at 10. Mind you. Hiya. Aduh, merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Yeah. Kepencet! Bukan kepencet, kegeser. I blame my mouse. Did you know that I blame my mouse? I call hardware issues. I call hardware issues. Hardware problem. Where's the dang referee? Hiya, merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. I hate this thing. Is it just the same one? Thank you for the head pat, Chibi. Chat. Chat. What does... Apa yang ada? Level. I don't know. Apa yang ada? What is on? Time to play level 17 again? Ya Tuhan Allah. Hah? Huh? Tuhan Allah, goblok, goblok. I clicked the thing. Let me just kill myself. Wait. I'm gonna have. I have finger cramps. I call injury. What is it called when I have injuries and I can no longer continue playing this game? Aduh, merah, biru, kuning, merah. Biru. Merah. Biru. I hate my life. I hate my life. I don't like it here. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Okay, mouse, cooperate. What's this one? Hiya. Goblok! I clicked it again, didn't I? I don't like it here. This game is 100 levels? I'm quitting. I quit. I absolutely quit. I quit. I quit right now. I quit. My streamer is a quitter. I quit. Goblok. Wait, what hit me? I thought I was dodging everything pretty well. I'm quitting. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Just dodge better. I see what hit me. It's the red one. Ah, man! Okay, I just want you to know that I didn't sign up for this. And I'm being very demure, mind you. All things considered, I think I'm being pretty demure. Merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. Yeah. Beep beep. Yeah, beep beep. Can't I just stay in that corner? Something's gonna appear there, isn't it? Can I just see? It's always the red one. It's always the dang red one. Very demure with a sprinkle of cute language here and there. I see. You can, but I won't tell you where. Okay. If I don't make it here, I'm gonna go eat lunch. That's totally not an excuse for me to eat lunch. It's not my fault. It's aduh merah, biru, kuning, merah, hijau. For the love of God. Can I just stay here? I hate my life. I wanted to go to eat lunch! What about my food? I really didn't mean to pass that time. I really didn't mean to pass, brother. Why? You know what? You know what it is? That's life. When you actually put effort, you don't get anything. And when you give no fucks, it works. Wow, you know what? That was a life lesson. Did you know that this quiz teaches you life lessons? Ah, llama. Oh, Bart. Are you supposed to go, Bart? Is that a moon? Can I just roughly... Okay, what if I just... do this? This goes here. What if it's just... here? Why won't this... Oh, because this... Okay, what if it's like here? No? I can't cheat my way? Hiya. Hiya. Where does foot go? Foot go where? Foot go there. Foot go there. Foot there, head there. Ish. Huh? I don't know. Roblox. Lima. 15. 25. 35. 45. 55. 65. 75. 85. 95. Didn't I get it right? My tummy is rumbling. Did I break my brain? Did I? Okay, I'll go eat lunch. Didn't I get it right? Wasn't it 11? Did I say 10? I don't remember. Oh man. Oh my god, right! I'm dumb. Or smart. I'm so glad I said... Okay. Okay. What number was I on? Was I halfway there? Was I at least halfway there? Tell me. No. Google tells me there's 200 levels. There's no way. There ain't no way. There's no way. There ain't no way. that this thing has 200 freaking levels. Surely... Surely... That's the second game. Yes, it has a sequel. This sucks. Okay, I'll go have lunch. Ish. Thank you, Chad, for accompanying me today. My next scheduled stream is on Thursday. Beep, 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 beep. We'll see if we decide to Pal World or continue this stupid ass quiz. Had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Chad, for joining me today. Me, moo, moo, moo. Stupid quiz. Does that mean I must do a thing? I put up a schedule on Twitch, I think, probably. Time kind of just flew. I know, right? Crazy. I usually get super hungry. My tummy was rumbling, but it disappeared at some point. I don't know how we got here, but here we are. We raiding Neil. I don't know who is here. Are we going to Grandpa? We can go to Grandpa if you guys want. Meep meep moo moop. Meep meep moo moop. Okay, let's raid Grandpa. You're going to Grandpa's house. Is Grandpa playing? Is that Pal World? I wanna play Pal World. Mimi. He's the strongest? That's crazy. Same server as Michi? You mean the server where there's probably human trafficking? Human trafficking? That sounds legal. Whoa, what is that? Okay. Broken brain. Hey, my brain is perfectly fine and demure. Can't you just say like demure Duggle Raid or something? Oh wait, I'm gonna forget to click the say goodbye the thing before we go because I keep yapping. Okay, chat. Thank you so much for dropping by and spending some time with me with the demure dog today. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Probably similar times. Beep beep boop boop. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, or your night, or if you're sleeping, or if you're continuing on. Please don't bug me. 3, 2, 1. Okay, bye-bye! Mimi. See, I'm demure. Hi, Grandpa. I will end the stream, I swear. When I find the button, I will end the stream. When I find the button, I will indeed end the stream. I remember. Wait. The button is in the same place. Shut up. Please don't make me spam your DM. I'm stopping. I'm gone.